Huomenta ihmiset. Mielestäni tämäkin päivä taas meidän videoita kattelissa. Päädyin nyt pelaamaan. Eilen illalla olisi halunnut jatkaa, mutta sitten en vedä parin tunnin striimiä. Joo, joten tervetuloa takaisin Final Fantasy 14 läpi plusen. Muista yhtään mihin jäin taas. Mut joo, tosiaan eilen ei tullut pelattua. Jotenkin tää Endwalker on nyt lähtenyt erittäin hitaasti käyntiin. Jotain pieniä mielenkiintoisia asioita tapahtuu, mutta ei mitään niin kummallisia, että ei tyli maltas lopettaa tai mitään. No, ehkä tää tästä. Joo, peli. Nyt vaat sen bossen. Sieltä sitten. Se sanoo uusia asioita. I was told to expect you, as you may or may not be aware. The Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seeds and the Sultana, three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Now there's four of the most powerful women of all the realm. Ja ei äännetelty. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of couples Zahagin, Ixal and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. Increasing number? And suppose Lunaris tietenkin. But your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. This is the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Stellar at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Kaalemald. These brave few will be the Ilsapart contingent. Ilsapart niinku matkamme vie. I think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Kaalemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered Robbed of their free will, they served the Telafroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Tancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zod was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telafroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. Ravaged Spies' primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtala's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the tower that the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It would surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring the schemes crashing down, along with the infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsapart contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eosia and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. I don't want nothing to do with Kalimald. I was on way. For revenge against the Telafroi. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishtala, Tancred and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, the prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warning scales to Alamingo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsapart. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telafroi so much as draw steel. The cold will do you in before the Telafroi so much as draw steel. Okay. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you are gone. They are not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eosia will be as you left it. or better, upon your return. No, vihdoin ja viimein mennään käymään Garlemaldin alueella. Mä tiedän tosiaan, mitä tässä tulee, että tulee olemaan todella mielenkiintoista kyllä, mutta kun tää alkoi olla niin puurtova, että jotenkin muutenkin, mä en tiedä mikä tässä, ehkä se on tää tuoli tai jotain, että se on jotenkin väärässä asennossa tai korkeudella. Katsotaan näyttää jotenkin yläkulmasta väärin tai jotain, en tiedä. Niin jotenkin vaikeuttaa tätä olemista. Okei, se pikkuisen näyttää siinä niinku sentin verran. Teki jo paljon parempi. Ehkä mä vähän likasivulla. No. Ja jos en ihan väärin muista, että mikä tulee seuraavan, tai ton Ilsapartin jälkeen, niin Ilsapartikaan nyt ei ihan hirveän mielenkiintoinen paikka vielä ollut, mutta jos sitten vähän päästään vihdoin viimein tosi toimii. The Wanderers return. You have been busy. You have been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those spotting skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Se on mitun sana cohesive. Pitäisikö se olla cohesive? Ehkäpä. Se kuulostaa oikeammalta tai tutummalta. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsapart contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid under the Garlands has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Mä liityn näihin vastustajiin. Mennään nyt auttamaan vihollisia tuolla tavalla. Can please them all. Sadly not, though I do not do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray, and as I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve more better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eosa is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsapart, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Berlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I've shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Galmal, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telafroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging our Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legate and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Ihan hyvät syyt. Tulevat siis. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. No, tää on lähimpänä. I understand. Bullet is in your hands. Tossa keskimmäinen vaihtoehto on vetossa on kyllä hyvä pointti. And I will defend it to my dying breath. As a sacrifice my sons and daughters made, I could do no less. I and the government of Wales intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. The other member of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Joo, peli. Tässä ehkä käynyt se tietokone taas välillä uusiksi. Ei se ollut kovin monta viikkoa päällä vielä.
By the 12. Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Tunnistetaan White Mageina.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Kerkesi jo.
The Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Se on ollut joku ihan hemmetin omituinen. Joku Olenaa. Tai jotain semmoista. Onko se unohtunut, miten se pitää lausua?
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Lionheart täytyy jotenkin sinne päin. Se oli,
There is another awaiting introduction.
se oli se mun muistisääntö.
Lord Emanolaine! Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
No, may your graceful prancing be the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake, though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people, no different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Hauska tupakka. Tästä kyllä täällä jatkuu, mutta varmistan vielä. Jeps. No niin, jatketaan. Besides the delegates assembled here. Joo, luin oikein, on nyt on lause. The Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telafroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eosia, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Absolutely not. Minun pitää antaa kaikille. I'm the fucking warrior of light. Minun pitäisi tekemään tämmöistä fucking legworkia. Yes. So these are the favorite warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Ottawa and learn all this. All there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To a journey outside the Dwellswood, much less enter into imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded Bajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. Blah blah blah. I hear you've got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on M for now. Hold on to M. And one more thing, I know what you are all thinking. Why don't they send Ainsar instead? Koska se ei ole sivuhahmo, se on sivuhahmo. Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfear told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sudden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Vitun bla bla bla, kiinnosti niin vitus, tekis mieli skipata kaikki. Let us set warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they'd look like. Liisalla jotain mielenkiintoisempaa sanottua. Wow, look at these. Even laymen like me can tell they are bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Helvetistä tekstiä eikä mitään sisältöä. Warding skills for the Ishkardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. This is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emerick. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. Boy, for the future of Ishgard, Garlemald and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Vittu, nyt ei kiinnosta enää, turpa kiinni. Teille mitään sanottavaa. Tää ei ollut valittavan äsken, että ehkä tällä olisi. Do you have a warding skill for me too? Ehkä tää on viimeinen, niin silloin tää on sanottava. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the gold of Ilsapad, and I can stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, se kutsuu alkoholiksi, but understand that there are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamigan quarter. No siinä oli ehkä jotain sisältöä. Antaa meille tinkturet, jotka auttaa meitä. Ok. While you make your fun preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before visit 4th. You don't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estienne claims to be quite warm and toasted beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Mä veikkaan vähän että tommonen armori ei kauheasti kyllä pidä lämpöä. Se on semmoinen, että se imee lämpöä kesäisin, se on hemmetin kuuma, mutta se ei pidä niinku yhtään niinku lämpöä, se on hemmetin kylmästi talvisin. Että most of the others will be roaring Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you are not overly concerned with style. I live for style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I will not be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats, if only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of science in need of sale I hear? Onko tää taru? Sepä se. But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsapad without telling me? Ha, nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I have made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. On siinä taas nimi. Egmus and Bloomvida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eosia. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Shalien. Tavoittanut kyllä väärin. Se oli lend a hand, piste, in Shalien. Oh, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baltasian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Egermus and Bloombida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Certain someone. Niin. Eikö se tarkoittaa rahaa? Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Shalien. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Alfino ja Aliseus sai uudet vaatteet. Joutuu pukautumaan heti saman tien eri vaatteisiin. Mutta mä näyttäkö tätä, että niinku tää Uriangari oli pakkasessa tuommoisessa vaatteessa. Erittäin avoissa paidassa. Hihattomassa teepaidassa. Tai hihattomassa paidassa. Ei se ole teepaita, kun nimenomaan ei ole hihoja. Here are your winter woolies. Handcrafted by yours truly. Istulankaan vaatteet enää hirveen lämpöisiltä. Rankreiden vaatteet vois ehkä olla lämpöiset ja Grahan vaatteet siinä on huivi, että Alfinallakin on suhteellisen paksun näköiset vaatteet, mutta ei ne välttämättä ihan pakkasta pidä. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Mä muistan, sainko mä? Tää ei vissiin antanut mulle vaatteita. Tai muistuttaa, että antako tää peli ollenkaan mitään lämpöisiä vaatteita. Ei sillä mä ne pissäs päälle. Glamoreina. Noista ylistä jotain level 1, niin kuin nuo kaikki muutkin aina ollut. No, toimii ainoastaan glamoreina. Ei kannata pistää päälle. No jossakin vaiheessa on välillä niin pakotettu, että pistä noin vaatteet päälle, mutta sitten ei ole hirveästi pakotettu menemään minkä taisteluihin. Yksi oli toi instanssi. Ja ne viholliset oli niin heikkoja, että se peli, mä kommentoin sitä silloin, että se peli kai olettaa, että tai teki niissä vihollisissa sen verran heikompia, että peli ajatteli, että jos tai pelintekijät on ajatellut, että jos on ne surkeat tavarat vielä päällä, niin ei ole ihan mahdotonta vetää sitä instanssia läpi. Miten se nyt sitten mahtoi mennä, mutta se peli ei kuitenkaan pakottanut vetämään sitä instanssia niissä vaatteissa. Oliko sitten joku toinen instanssi, missä piti vetää jossain vaatteessa? En muista. Sitten oli se Grand Melee, mutta se siinä peli glamouras mun vaatteet. Mä en ite pistänyt mitään päälle. Jatketaan. There he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Instanssi. Siitä puheen ollen semmonen tulee just nyt. Mä enkaan Viperina pysty kesti. Pystyn. Tää on 82 kuesti. Mut joka silti kannattaa tehdä. Halusin vaan testaa. Kai mä vedän Dancerin. Ihan sama. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes. Olis kyllä kohta. Tää olisi voinut kyllä käydä ensin tupakilla. Siitä videossa kyllä nyt vasta tyyli vartti, kun mä kävin. Mut real-timena sitä nyt on taas melkein puoli tuntia.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step, but why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Nää ovat ainakaan on lämpöiset. Kelas paljana.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
No on sillä lämpöisemmän näköiset vaatteet.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial supply depot. Ai, on tullakin nyt eri vaatteet.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Mä olen kyllä miettimättä, ehkä niillä on koko ajan ollutkin ne niin eri vaatteet. Ne vaan sanoo tatarulaisuutta, että ne ei tarvi uusia vaatteita. Että on kyllä pukeutunut omiin lämpöisiin vaatteisiin. Okei. Ehkäpä.
Miss Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Pelataanko me nyt Thancredin? Tää muistut, että tässä tää pelataan. Ainakin jossain vaiheessa, jos ei nyt. Kyllähän tämä pelataan. Moro Gitu. Combo. Shieldi. Sneakki. Sneak attack. Ilmeisesti sneak ei toimi koiriin. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Ei ole. Tämä on NG+. Paitsi kun pääsen jossain vaiheessa Dawnrain, niin se on sitten ensimmäinen kerta.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Tässä siis niin kauan kaikki ohi. Okei. Cardox. Siinä on sokea tyyppi.
Damn, spotted.
Tuohan tekee mut vahinko. Ei. Sitä ei ole. Joku hämääkin. Se on toinen.
Damn, spotted.
Ei toinen. Mä oon Chaos Omegalla. Mä en tosiaan alunperin koskaan pelasin tää ensimmäisen kerran läpi, niin koskaan tosiaan sillä vielä yksi. Koskaan seurannut tarinaa. Vähän silläkin vedän NG plussaa, mutta Shadowbringersin kyllä seurasin sen päätarinan. Sitten jossain vaiheessa luovutin sen post-skenario questien kanssa. Ja tän Endwalkerin seurasin. Luovutin ihan saman tien heti kun toi Postman skenario quest alkoi, niin siinä on koira. Ei seurannut niitäkään sitten. Tää main skenario on kyllä seurattu. Tosi eri asia muissa, kun mä tästä mitään. Kärkeä kyllä tulee. Jep.
Damn, spotted. This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Ei voi odottaa. Okei. Just lähtee samaan aikaan pois. Lähteekö näkyvyyttä pois, jos mä teen ton lähteen? Tässä tulikin tänne. Minne? Shit. Okei, tänne. Ulkopuolelle.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Meni paremmin kuin ekalla kerralla.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Hyvää uutta vuotta. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsapart contingent's supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead! Fighters! Protect the others!
Mitään rikosasista. Ei oo mitään rikosta. Aika vielä. Tää se peli on aika perällä meni se ensin ja... Tai se ehotti se bussi, että meni se ensin perällä ja... Trump-kardina meni niin eturintamaan sitten.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Okei.
Keep the carriages safe.
Ei meni niin. Se saa olla. Alright.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here! A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Hetken otat. Menee liian kauan, en jaksa odottaa.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Pistää tekniikasti. Osuus on kaikki. Ei varmaan olekaan. Muuten vahinko.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head north. Right, okay. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Aika mahtava.
That's Virgilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Teidän Trump-kardini on täällä nyt.
We have them now! Forward!
Ei saa olla mun partneri.
Right! Let them have it!
Varastaa mun tapot. Siinä näkyy stackkimerkki sieltä. Hauska. Terve.
That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
kestämään. Yllättävää kyllä, että peli näyttää levelit ollut. Onko nyt näyttänyt vihollisia? Kyllä se muuten varmaan on. Se oli toi Zenon ehkä. Se on level 60 ja mennään se on level 70. Joo, kavereikin näyttää. Kaikki lähtee pois. Mun pysyt paikalla.
Is everyone all right?
Usein kanssa vähän hiilaamista. No joku hiilas, okei.
Kneel or die!
Olla vähän heikompi. Jos sopivasti. Voi se on arvoukka. Jos sopivasti, kun se on hippas tonne, niin oli vaan tällaista targettia. Ei tommonen. Ei ollut. Tässä tullaan mitään se erikoiskyky tässä. Ja Magnallakin on erikoiskyvyt.
Tremble before the sun!
Erittäin epäkäytännön liike kyllä, jos ihan totta puhutaan. Useita sekunteja saa ladata sitä. Olisiko käyttää paikalla?
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Maailman selviytyjä.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
Harmi kun mä hahmo ei koskaan teet tommosia vitsejä. Se on niin hyvä nähdä tuo ilmettä. Pitää!
And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Oliko se siinä? Ei.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Urlainen aitara itretti. Yllättävästi niillä ylipäätään on tommonen.
The chosen forsaken.
Ehkä se on niiden asentama.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Ilsapad Kaalemalta.
Not so much as a whisper.
Kyllä mä nyt kai tupaa kyllä. Tää on varmaan ihan just kohta loppuu, mutta... Ja jatketaan.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
Aattais kun pitäisit housuja jalassa.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
voisin toivota tällä alueella tarvitse olla kauhean pitkään, mutta jos en väärin muistin, tällä alueella ollaan aika pitkään. Mut vihdoin täältä. Siellä on vielä. Ja nyt on Tavernaiden vieressä. Tavernaide on tuolla ja sitä katsellaan täältä. Alright, joo. In spite of the obstacles we have faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther, and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtala and Kraha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alicia and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes. I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. The monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Thoth, only far more terrifying. Ether flows increasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside of the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Voisi olla tällä alueella olla ihan yhtä pitkä kuin muillakin alueilla, mutta ihan lunta, niin jokainen hetki täällä on liikaa.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
Yay.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Se kutsutaan kartaksi. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits. And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Niin mitäs tuossa kaupunki? Carspeak wood. If it's this cold with Tataros clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are no survivors, we must find them, and quickly. If there are any. Sanoiko, että aren't. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we have to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. It'll take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Sä oot ollut täällä mitään 10 minuuttia, nyt sä tiedät jo. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Ovipos. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we are after, either way. Is that any ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sporite. Ether currentti. No niitä mitä kerätään, että pystyy lentämään. Ei vielä tässä näkynyt tässä Let's Playssä, mutta kyllä sit kun päässään Dondreiliin, niin pitää kerätä niitä. Other than that, it's all snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind the tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though certainly not us. She wouldn't even know we are here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you are heading. Oh, and take these forming tinctures with you. Oh, kerrankin minä, joka jakelee asioita. Minulle annettiin jotain. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone. If not on the verge of freezing to death. Niin mun pitää tietysti tietenkin mennä antamaan se sille. Aivan. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Jossain tällä tasolla. Ne pitää jo liian nopealla, ei. Oot siinä taloa ulkopuolella. Overgrown rose. Muistakaa ihmiset, jos kasvatatte ruusia, niin älkää antako niiden ylikasvat tommosiksi. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Toi jos niinku east, no joo. Siellähän se seuraava näkyy. These footprints appear to be the same of those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We are getting closer, I'm certain. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Tuolla näkyykö luola? Tosi luulisin, että nää potkakin jossain jonnekin. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you might do so without drawing her attention. Must do. They might. Follow the girl from a safe distance. Joo, nyt tulee uusi mekaniikka. Hän sinne näkyy Albert. The appearance of yellow turning indicators signify that she will detect you when turning around. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, a circular area indicator signifies that you will be detected for following too closely. Mä varmaankin lukenut näitä mekaniikkoja. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Se on selkeästi semmoinen, että tuonne pitää mennä piiloon. Siinä se pysähtyy, se kääntyy ympäri ja katsoo taakse. Kyllä. Tuossa mä en kyllä nyt näe mitä tää peli väitti, että on jotain tommosia alueita. Niin on tossa toi, että se kääntyy ympäri. Niin. Jos menee liian lähelle, niin okei. Mä en tosiaan yhtään muista näitä. Mä muistan yhden tämmösen piti seurata, mutta mä oon sen verran. Tää mekaniikka on mulle sen verran tuttu jo tässä kohtaa, että mä tiedän, että aina kun on joku tämmönen piilopaikka mahdollinen, niin sitä pitää hyödyntää. noin kauas. Ei, pitää... Final Spirit. Really? Ei se tietenkään jäädä liian kauas. Right. Ei kääntynyt enää. En fällnyt kertaakaan. Phew, still in one piece. Pikapu. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place to sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Malfino. This is my sister Alicia and our good friend Tenshik. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophroi are the ones to blame. They are the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they have destroyed the entire world. They are the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made to the rolls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we have met who hasn't or who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophroi influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, the terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. Not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran. Past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but they didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have a family here? Is this your home? Their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you are here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of healing the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under the gazebo. The what? You mean the bower? Yes. Do as you will. Onkohan gazebo jotain britti-englantia ja sitten joku bower Amerikan englantia tai jotain mahdollisesti. En nyt jaksa alkaa kyselemään Googlelta. Ehkä mä menen antaa kissalle ruokaa ja käyn tupakilla ja voisi ehkä vieläpä syödäkin jotain. Joo, jatketaan. Pitääkö käydä kaupassakin jossain vaiheessa, mutta nyt voi vielä hetken aikaa pelata. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you are here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I will leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they are in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they are not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Jos mä vähän White Magicsia kässä niille esuna, niin eikö se riitä? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emenelane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Musiikki on taas hirveä hiljainen. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Joo, tuntematon neste. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulean ingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Siis tää musiikki taitaa kuulua tuossa radiosta. Ehkä. Joo, se kuuluu siitä. All is well. Yes, never better. No, ota siitä silti tuommoista. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Libation, ei liberation. Sweet liberation. Niinkö mikä se peli olikaan? Vittu. Super Earth ja jenne. Käden ulos se nimeä jo. Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke. If I laugh at this, that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, alive on as puppets of flesh. I could live alive. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed on the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled, en minä tiedä mitä tuo pitäisi lausua. Tuolla on sama. Disheveled, mennään sille, remnants, the lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? I think so. May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amoenus it is. Not all that's useful, since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we have been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Yllättävää, ettei tule mitään propagandaa sieltä. Glory to Garlemald. Glory to Garlemald. Home beyond the horizon, an order to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amoenus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. This solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Surely. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Right. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. What's that? What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group's thing in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to. Licinia. Where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Let the soldiers to scare them off. Wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share the fuel with us, but they are not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach the dead end, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to the camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take a long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Olisikin tässä pelissä joku heikko jäämekaniikka. Onks tuo muuten se luola, missä mä kommentoin aikaisemmin? Taitahan tuo muuten olla. Mahdollisesti. Jos nyt ylipäätään luola oli. Vaikka mä silloin näin. Who goes there? How did you find us? Do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils had given away our location, you'd never have found us. Mä näen tän luolan suunnassa paljon paremmin kuin teidät. And those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here, demanding cerealum, without nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boat's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. So they have resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think will give into intimidation, they've got another thing. They've got another thing coming. Really? Ai. Pitäisikö mennä juttelemaan sille mulle katsiini välissä? There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is the person then. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Ne halus kuolla. Users and rebels are here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlem. You were brought here from other lands. Görbania, Yanksha, Boja. Ne sanoo Bosia, mutta en tiedä. Otan, se on Boja. Jatkan sillä. Se on väärin, mutta jatkan sillä. Dalmaska, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our wills, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extraction ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of Aan, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing to the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulean Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you are experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we have got ceruleum, but a barrel full. If they are interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions you are willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you are all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge of skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we are staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsapart contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while the others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So, you have come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purples up at Victor's Port sent you to turn to the enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? We only saw Lysinia and 3 men. No, mikäänköhän se ääni sillä sisältä olisi voinut olla. Toki ihan alisessa kuuluu, mutta voisihan nämä asiasta mainita jotain. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we have delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Olisiko se nopeammin? Mä olisin kyllä ihan hirveästi nopeampaa hypätä tonne ja sitten lentää takas tonne. Saattaa jopa olla hitaampaa, joten lennitään. Mutta muussa grindaan nyt täällä jotain vihollisia. Jossain vaiheessa jonkun takia. Varmaan just noita almasteja, mutta... Musta saanut niistä luuttia, mutta mitä mä sillä luutilla sen tehnyt? Mä varmaan on grindannut kyllä. Tulis meille joku blyymet, mutta ei. Mä grindasin niitä dancerina itse asiassa. En kyllä muista, että minkä takia. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alfino would still be treating them by the fire, but they are nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Olisiko se muuten... Tän craftaamissa varten mahdollisesti. Joo, siinä olisi järkeä. Tän materiaali kerännyt. Siellä. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Forced me to defend myself. Anteeksi. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you are about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings of us to show weakness, then in your swoop. Here to help, or to rot, or a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. Eikö sä huomaa että kun teillä oli etulyöntiasema, niin teet pisti nippua aika tehokkaasti. Me ei tarvi yrittää huijata teitä, jos me halutaan teille jotain pahaa. You are wrong. That's what any of us want. And that's not what any of us want. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got a bigger problem. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you are a fool. I'd never give up my people. You're trying to help them. We are trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. Sä oot harvinaisen hävähälyinen. Niinku harvinais. You invade our homeland, not us. Tää on ensimmäinen kerta, kun me tullaan tänne. Te ootte invadannut meidän homelandia. Ihan just saying. Tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, give their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I'm going to say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alfino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Jesus fucking Christ. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and it is unlikely to have any connection to Lisinia and her sister. Ja se vaan jää tuohon. Voi edes merkitä sitä mitenkään, että hei, älä tule katsomaan tuota enää uudestaan. Olisiko ne tulla luolassa? Se on se luola, missä me käytiin aikaisemmin sulkupuolella. Ei sitten. Sitä peli on ollut niin kiva sen suhteen, että kun se näyttää suoraan, että hei, mene tonne. Silloinkin kun, no okei, jos pitää etsiä, niin se kyllä näyttää alueen, mutta sehän näyttää, että sä haluat näin isoksi. No, ehkä ne on kuullut mun ja muiden pelaajien valitukset siitä, että tää piti olla etsintätehtävä, ja sinä näytät sen suoraan. Pelintekijät Jussi YMS on ollut silleen, että no, ottakaa siitä 0,5 kilometrin kokonaan alue, ettekää. Good fucking luck. Half-buried piece of paper. The bit of paper half-buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. Olisiko tää se sama gruppi, mikä oli sulla kässä oli se raide? Oliko Dalmaskan? Joo, kyllä niin. Return to Rabanastra, se oli. Siellä oli joku teatterigruppi. Olisiko niitä? Ei no mitään. Pääsikö tän päälle edes? Ehkä sen päälle voi päästä. Katsotaan. Joku mitään. Salapuolella näe mitään. Mä oon nyt käynyt aika pitkälti koko alueen läpi. Kun tää mennään noin lähellä, että näkee mitään. Täällä on vielä jotain paikkoja, missä mä en oo käynyt. Jotain. Tulinko mä täältä? Ui, säkäin. Onko tuo se? Oo, toi on se, minkä mä näin silloin jo. Ei täällä ole missään mitään. Nyt mä oon käynyt ihan koko paikan läpi. Ehkä ei ole ihan hirveän tarkkaan katsonut yli jotain niinku tämmösiä täytetään suikaleita, mutta loogisesti jos ajatellaan, että niinku jos on tyylin tullut tuolta, ne on siellä jossain ihan täällä päädyssä. Nyt tämä jää yli, niin tämä on niinku liian pitkällä. Aika tonne tyyliin halunnut mennä. Miten mä tätä äsken nähnyt? Ihan varmaan mennyt tästä ohi kyllä. Läheltäkin vieläpä. Nyt peli allokkaistu, että nyt oot käynyt joka paikan läpi. Voidaan näyttää tässä tämmönen. Ihan varmaan. No okei, en tiedä. The blood staining in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. Southeast. Tuonne jonnekin. Ah, no. Sinnepä sinne. Two bodies are already cold. That's what you get. Fucking idiots.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
Ja sitten ne muu syyttää meitä tästä.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
No niin, asian on varastanut senkin ruumiin tässä.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. that we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Stupid people die. Big whoop. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to care for them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent a further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Otetaan hypätä tonne ja käyttää pakla. Ja jatketaan. Koko ajan tän ajan ollut täällä eikä peli on vittunut ladata sama alue NPCt. Alicia and Alfin tell me they have finished the preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might ask for your account.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Kuulostaa Venäjän toiminnalta.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
En voi kieltäytyä tästä. Taas pitää sanoa, että kyllä menen tai että kyllä menen. Tää tulee. I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Tancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you are gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Melissa and he's Alfino. And last but not least, there's Tenshak. Tenshak. Where have I heard this before? At the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, and you are to run, not so on the run, towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Catholic Julius will accompany you. Alfino and Elisa will begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius, blah blah blah, Julius, ready to make a dash for the station. Olisiko ihan huviksen koittaa, jos mä otan aseeseen sille? Ehkä en. Siinä. Jotun nyt oli GV2 joku Nornien klaani, jos en väärin muista. Olisiko sulla yhdellä N:llä, on kahdella N:llä? No kumminkin. Voisi se tarkoittaa jotain jäädemonia, en tiedä. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? Oh, we are stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you have kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us shreds if given a chance. Keep close, no warding off, understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the road itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. Ajattelin, nyt me saadaan taistella vai? They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best, and we'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you have to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Voisin kyllä toki varmaan lentää tonne, mutta... Toki nyt ei ole enää eskorttia. Semmonen usliike. I see why your comrades chose you. Jealous, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake our one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. Onko kaikki karlinat näin vähällysiä? Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Vaan katsottu. Niin on teitä kiellettiin tappelemassa, mutta Churus vaan kattoo. Looks like we are not being followed, but we will continue onward. Ehkä tossa on nyt itsekin aika, yksin aika. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is only still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Okei, ehkä mä voisin säästää muutaman sekunnin ehkä, mutta lennetään. Muutama sekunti. Muutaman kilin tähden. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? No, ei noita. Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Antoi mut itse alapuolella jossain. Mites on taas tuolta? Tuolta pitää kiertää. Joo, nyt se on valinta. Itse asiassa. We are almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Ja toi oli mihin me ollaan menossa itse asiassa. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Metrotunneli. Miksi tässä pitäisi sanoa metroasema? Tuolla on täällä enemmänkin tunneli, tää asema. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Cholas was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep the people warm. Lower your voices, for you may be here as my guests. The others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Locomotive. Sana jossain 1600-luvulta.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this: We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost, all because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
Because tyranny.
Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Oho. Nyt vetää dashi. Tai innavampi. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you are trying anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We are in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you wish, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning the ghosts and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we are somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I can stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us on our interests, Alpha and Alyssa will pay the price. Octavia. It's you, Tensha Kenshin. Joku tunnistanut. Joku muukin kuin Garleanin johtaja. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I'm too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Säkin haluat kuolla samalla tavalla kuin märkä rätti. Selvä. It's so cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Marcellinus. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eosia. Come to gloat, have you? I'll swipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. To all the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar, the capital in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. On sulla puheet. I'm not called champion of Eosia for nothing. You came with Jalas, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'll best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garlands, 4 Garlands, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Tätä sanoo mulle. Kyllä pystyn käyttämään sitä. Aina mitäs mun piti katsoa favorite-listaa. Kyllä mulla on 4 nykyään, joo. Alright, se varmaan tuli jossain Endwalkerin mukana varmaan tai jotain. Koska mä muistan, että se oli joskus 3. Tämä on aika varma, että se oli 3. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? Sen nää kaikki täällä on idiootteja. Then your findings are consistent with my own. The plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Voisi kyllä kohta käydä kaupassa. What's there? My eyes, I can see all of it well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So, those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent to deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Jalas could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Jules first. Well, seen enough. Jules, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We have been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we are down to the last dregs. Without the healing they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. With ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can help hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, when the bastards were loyal servants of the Telophory. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophory. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you are worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Ai. Tässä keksin tästä söistä enää. Myöhemmin illalla. Jos mä käyn tässä siellä kaupassa. Ei aina vitsi syödä samoja ruokia. Kanaa tai kinkkujusosta. Mikä aina vitsi tilata ruokaa. Tuossa ei se käy hirveen vaihteleva hampurilaisia tai pizzaa. No, jatketaan myöhemmin. Fuck it. Kapas kyllä pitää käydä vielä, mutta ei ole vielä kiirettä. Näin Facebookissa. Kuvan pizzasta, mä tilaan pizzaa. No niin. Nyt en pysty katsomaan opsia, koska pitää saada tuota tilausta. Mutta jatketaan. Hetken. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of this station. You will remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Blä. Vesisade. Mä vihaan lunta, mutta jos nyt sataa jotain niskaa, niin ois sentään lumisade. Eikä tämmönen hämmätin vesisade. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, their recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Sallust Gallus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked magic armor? No, we have already trained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Tuskin tässä nyt mitään on, mutta katsotaan nyt. A cursory inspection of the wrecked magic armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Jules said. Pitää käydä kaikki läpi, okei. Though rather small by Garland standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at the shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling a Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Kriteeri, minkä takia mä katselin, että on tämmöisiä tauluja. Näin ceruleumia and informaatio. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius, the pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none require use of ceruleum. Näin taputtu ukkoseksi. Ikinä nähnyt kyllä. Talviaikaa ukkosta. Ui. On ehkä vähän rossinen, kun ei ole yhtään liukas. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you're gazing at this pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, I'm... Aha, tilaukset on peruttu. Just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. Tällä kertaa mä saittanut mitään, että peruta koko tilaus. Koskenut semmoisen ollenkaan. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. Eli se on edelleenkin pidetään lämmitys siinä päällä, kun se on sulaa. The pond was heated. Ding ding ding. It's a ceruleum powered heater by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing the engineers changing our tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I think I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold though. Chulas, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a fierce foreign signiferi and medici, signiferi, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alfino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of Verfire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's something so important as extracting processed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We are talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up here, ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Not really. Step aside while I drink the bond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. Okay, this is insane. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. That's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't hold your enthusiasm though. Let's do it in my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alfin's help. It was a joke. Kyllä nyt mä katson ruokaa uudestaan. Alright. So far so good. Pitää sanoa, että tilossa valmistellaan. Jos mä väärin muistan, niin se oli jossain joko tossa tai tässä. Tää olisi ehkä niinku järkevämpi paikka. Would you love the murky water but come up empty-handed to add injury to insult? The icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Sitten se oli tässä. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Okei, se on tämä näiden alla. Se olisi kyllä ollut vapaampi. Mä muistin, että se olisi ollut oikealla puolella, mutta mä ajattelin, että se ei edes ollut päällä mitään. You open the hatch and retrieve a cerealium tank. Yeah. Your grand discovery comes at great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Jealous will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alfin a hand. Minä, joka kaivon sen, istuu kaikkein kauempana. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you have been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you are still an envoy deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Jules, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal his family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses. Hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings, we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you have recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. The place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Prized from them apart, piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. If you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. No, veikkaan vahvasti tässä ei ole, mutta... According to ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Tuskin on siinäkään mitään, mutta after successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it be completely empty. Of course. Broken. You retrieve the war machina's ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julos will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, that's what I think it is. You have done it again, surely. Luck is in your side. Lucky statti 1999. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Elise and Alfino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
It's a bit sweet. Joo, ei tosiaan ihan hirveän kauan.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Kukapa muuko?
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humour. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Työ siis.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. Mä voisin syödä nyt. Ja jatketaan. En tiedä mitä kissa haluaa. Luulit, että se haluaa ruokaa. Mä annoin ruokaa, mutta se edelleenkin peräämäkilossa. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask Eel. Tell them to ask the Eel for further details in those words. Once you have seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. You must be savages. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Pretty ironic, if you ask me. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the eel? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Julas lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Jos mä en odota, siis mä joudun tekemään tää uudestaan. No koitetaan. Joo.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hell's with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus. and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you! This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
Of tyranny.
We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Fucking do it, retard.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Yeah, about that. Good riddance. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Sorry, I'm not allowed to speak with the dead. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. When this disposition, they were preparing for war while the refugees in the care were left to go hungry. Annetaan Luciakasin sanoo. Itsekin mikä tuo kysymys oli. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, you cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Jalos back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling to or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. And the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area and their support should it be needed. Understood. Strange bedfellows. Tämä kuulostaa väärältä. Tarinassa ei vielä oikeasti pysty hyppäämään tänne. Se oli lukittu tai jotain. Mutta minä pystyn. Olen etuoikeutettu. Trzęsiek, Angelos. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. It's about the 10th. He relieved us of our duties, and then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Tancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded the proper burial. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, Ehkä tää älykkösmäärä nousee edes yhdellä pisteellä nyt. I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commerce the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. No, kuolkoon sitten pois. Ei oo mun ongelma. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see if they reach our camp safely. I Onko se vitsi mikä matka niinku? Miettikää kulkisitte tämmöisen matkan tonne niinku. Se että se ylipäätään päästä tänne portille, niin kulkee tonne metroasemalle. 10 minuutin kävelymatka. Okei, ehkä, mut kumminkin. Välitön matka. Näköis liukuportaita. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. Nyt sen pystyisi tulla sitten. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you are not from around here. I thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you are left with this anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Paikka lentää kyllä. We have much to discuss. I'll rescue the attack on Camp Broken Glass. What we hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Kaikki yllättäen. Thanks to 12. You and I should go first and secure the road back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and the Emperor skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain, courtesy of our Lumisan friends, and say I'd save it for the Tempered though. Conqueror's chain. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you have taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. mun pitää siis käyttää tuota. Ok. Neljäs paikkaa. Mulla on 2. Select the designated locations and deal with any enemies that appear. Skippaisin yli pari viimeisen suoraan, jos mä en tiedä, tai jos peli pakottais käymään kaikkia läpi tämän pelin tuntia. No, on siinä taistelu. Kyllä Thankerit tietää, jos on 4 paikkaa, niin tulee 2 vihollista. Okei, ehkä se ei kuulu yhtään danssiin. Ei, mutta se piti taas tohon... Niin. Se saa temperoitua. Käännytäänkö toisin, kun mä käänsin kameraa? Either treated chain capable of bonding even the ringliest of opponents. Ainakaan ringliest. Ei ringliest. Oisaa kyllä dancing käsit. Okei. Se piti saada yhteen HP:seen. Ei tästä pelissä koskaan tiedä. You see no threats on the path ahead. Eikö mä vois valmiiksi alkaa vetämään technical steppia tässä, kun mä odotan, tai sirveijän tiedän, että sulla on taistelu. Ei kuulu. Puolet vaan lähti. Kyllä miten se muuten lähtikin puolet? Sitten tossa lähti, no just mä hyökkäsin siihen jollain auto-attackillä. Pallinko tää mun tekee. Technical finish. 1200. Standard finish on 800. Niin no ei se kyllä ole tuplasti voimakkaampi kuin vaikka siinä on tuplasti enemmän steppejä. Se olisi 1600. Haa. Enpä koskaan ajatellut. Tai kiinnittänyt huomioon. Ottanut selvää. There you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. Niin olisiko jonkun pitänyt tulla mun perässä vai? Mä jätin ne vaan sinne kylmään. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays. But I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. Tenshak. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. Yllättäen kyllä kukaan ei kieltäytynyt. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Your perfidy notwithstanding, mitä ikinä meinaakaan. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. He was a true believer. True idiot. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Olisin nyt mennyt pakittaa taas kerran. Joo. I assume you are curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we have procured ceruleum from Tapper's den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we have prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's there's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we are capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you seek out Ishtola. She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Ishtola nyt nukkumaan. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and impeding sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the Twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We are all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. And as though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing, invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvellous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
No niin, sisällissota alkaa
I
tästä.
did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Too flavorful.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Alkapas tekee mieli glögiä. Myydäänkö sitä tähän aikaan vuodesta?
The little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Tee siitä ollut juomassa suolasta.
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
I'm still awake. Mutta se on nukkumassa.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, Again, you change my world in ways I never thought possible.
Well, I'm sorry.
Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Nyt se on syöni. Sinistä syöni. Mitähän mahtaa mennä? Mä oon niin huono lukemaan ihmisten tunteita.
On behalf of the Galleon Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
En sano kyllä mitään selvää, mutta...
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Yes, Fandanil.
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Huono hetki kyllä nyt. Tosin veikkaanpa, että mulla ei kyllä ollut tommosia niitä talismaneja itsellä yhtään mukana, että muutenkaan, että mitäpä mä siellä olisin tehnyt.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Anna mulle 5 minuuttia lisää. Hei, ruokaa. mun BFF.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
Mä tykkään itse
Oh,
ruoasta.
but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment too to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Mä tykkään itse ruoasta, kun se on silleen niinku haaleta.
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Saisinko mä omani takaisin?
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Give me back my body.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Varmasti kypistä. Tämäkin.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
Ah, thanks. I like gifts. Vaikka se onkin death and suffering.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
No, not really.
Or together.
Well, this is bad.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
Saanko mä sanoa sen ruumiin sitten? Eikö se olisi vaan reilua?
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here, or run if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Kaikki se mun grindi on ihan hukkaan heitetty. Tiedätkö sä mitään paljon vaivaa mä oon nähnyt siihen, että on päässyt sille leville, mitä mä oon. Varsinkaan tupakilla. No niin. Mennään seikkailemaan. Tommosella Garlean Grandilla. Aikaa. Kombo. Mikä tän onkaan? Buffi ja Shieldi. Shit, se tekee vahinkoa. Mä oon yli level 10 gladiaattori.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
The Emperor Imperial has breathed his last. Inspect the fallen Imperial. The unfortunate soldier was carrying a medical kit. You may use medical kits to restore depleted HP. Mä sais mulla ei HP regeni. Only carry a limited number. More can be found by inspecting fallen soldiers and wrecked Mesitech. Se on antanut kyllä paljon. Pay your respect. Enough. You offer a silent prayer for the deceased. When you're in possession of your own body, you may have had the capacity to subdue rather than slay this tempered soldier. In this battle, you are unable to use the full extent of your powers. To reach Camp Broken Glass quickly, you should avoid combat whenever possible. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. The magic units are especially powerful, and your chance of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. Secret Reaper's fighting days are over. Niin mä oon menossa. How's the Magic Reaper's identification key and fuel? Leave me alone. Ei auta pakkailmassa. Tuo ei ole mitään kuin se ensimmäinen. Katto jo, mutta mitään uutta. Okei, se ollutkaan varmaan tämä. Full concealing bridge. Oh god. Ei oo pohjattomat taskut. You've refilled the Magic Reaper, but it cannot be activated without the identification key, which may still be in the possession of the pilot. Just the area for the pilot. Nimenä joku Magic Pilot. Oliko mä tässä palmaanpa läpi? Oi. Taas oli rekeni. Kerätty tuossa aikaisemmin vaihtamaan, kun se oli. Missä se pilotti on? Mulla on vessa, et. Vitti kun mä menen vessaan. Kyllä mulla on aikaa. Nonni. Eiköhän tosu silmää ketään, jonka nimi olisi pilotti tai jotain. Search area and immobilize. Search around the immobilized Magnetic Reaper for the person calling to you. Huh? Kyllä mielestä dialogissa siellä voisi kyllä olla sillä alueella se vanha pilotti. Tommonen, jolla on nyrkit, niin se pystyy löytämään mun kauempaa kuin minä, jolla on miekka. Siputetaan mitä havainta. Upon close inspections, you discover medical. Täällä on piilossa mitään? Ei. Täällä jossain lähellä pitäisi olla joku, joka huutaa mulle. Huutelee mua. Sisällä piilossa olisi. Taas. En pysty avaamaan. Oli noita medikittejä hyvin, mutta ei ole enää. No siellä. Sitäkin tuossa olisi nyt ohi. You've not been turned. Thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. The bastards cut my hand. They took down my Magnetic arm, Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If I had the use of my hand, I might have stood a chance out there. Please send help if you can. Portal Magnetic Reaper and clear the path. Clear a path. Disembark Magnetic Reaper and hyppää pois. Mä en kyllä selviä kyllä nyt. Ja niinku auton tekillä niinku yleensä sinne vai? Vittu saatana. Anna mulle ees niinku... Ei koko vitun paskaudesta. Vittu tää on paskapeli. Ei vittu saatana. Ei minkäänlaista niinku vitun... Ees niinku vitun... Mikä vittu se on vittu? Ei waypointti kun... Checkpointti vittu. Se miljoona kertaa pitää skipata. No ei tarvi. Periisellä. Vittu mitä paskaa saatana. Antoiko sä peli mulle 10 minuuttia enemmän aikaa? Vaikka mä oon mennyt 10 minuuttia pelkästään sen takia, kun mulla on kattonut cutsceneit. Näin helppoa tämän pitäisi olla.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Ja 9, okei. Kuinka mä selvit tällä? Tässä on kyllä vähän tukalaa. Siinä on toi. Tästä tarvitsen sille puhua, mutta... Tarvii edes käydä katsomassa noita nyt. Ei mut fuel consili. Okei. Vaan pudot sitä pois. Ei mutta... Mene. Fuck. Mutta okei. Se motivaatio sieltä. Sitä varmaan normaalillakin mennyt, mutta... Näin halus meni nyt. Tietää minne mennä. Ja minne sä oikein katot sille? Ei ollut se minne mä tähtisi ollenkaan. Wow. Semmonen. Olisi pitänyt kerätä tuossa vielä vähän lisää noita. Ennen kuin menee tuohon viimeiseen. Tossa äsken. En olisi pärjännyt, mutta I'm able to escape the blast you begin to lose consciousness. Koko matkako pitää ryömiä sinne vai? Trail we wounded and unable to stand, but still clinging to consciousness. 4 stackia, äsken oli 5. 3 stackia. Okei. Eiku... No ihan sama mihin suuntaan mä painan, niin se liikkuu tonne. Tuonne päin. Vaikka pystyy kyllä pyörimään ympäri.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
Jullus, ei Jullus. Okay.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Aika hyvä heitto. Enough, Zenos.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
Interesting. No, kumpi nyt on kumpi? Vieläkö mä oon tässä?
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
Mun hahmo puhuu.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
Vaikka se onkin Zenos, joka puhuu.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Oma kroppa. Paljon kevyempi olo. So I'm not dead yet.
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Enkä tosiaan yhtään muistanut, että tää peli tällä alueella kävi näin mielenkiintoiseksi. Muistin vaan, että tää alue on pelkkää tuskaa. No, olihan toi vähän tuskaa, mut... nyt mä käyn tupakilla. Ja jatketaan. You're certain you are well. Nothing out of place, no missing bits. Good. Though I won't promise the same for Van Daniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they are satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days, or no, this ends now. Prelude. Doesn't prelude. Are you well enough to make your report? This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varys. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that the wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoros machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leveilleurs, we have been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Tancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy machetic. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties. One to distract and one to infiltrate. Voisinko mä kerrata siinä ensimmäisessä groupissa? The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgarian, Cridanian and Lominsan delegations. Ei ole Uldon porukkaa mukana, aika. Jonka mä voisin kuulua. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telofroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the pursuit to our Alamigan, Uldan and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Engeladium, a vast magic manufactory in ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telofroi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Science will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Van Daniel and Xenos. It's time we ended this once and for all. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Telofroi's maniacal ambition. How quickly can we enact this plan? That haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower Babel on a whim. In Amun's time, it meant gateway to the gods. XIV used to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Anima. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at the moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patents. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we have been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Pitää kappisemassa hampat. Laitetaan hampaiden välissä. Tai hampaan välissä. Pienesti. Toisin saada pois. Jos voin melkein jättää lentämään tuonne joku sinne. Enpä tajunnut miten pitkä matka tonne on. Tää kattonut edes. Ois ollut lyhempi matka lentää takas sitten. Jos on edes lentänyt sinne päätyyn asti. Tässä ajassa. Mut joo. Niin, mä varmaan seuraavaksi vastassa. Yhtä varmaan kuin sitä dunkkumateriaali. Yhtään muista. Kun se on Toweri, niin vois kuvitella, että se olisi dunkku, mutta kun se on anime, niin vois ajatella, että se on toriaali. En yhtään muista. Mutta mä muistan sen fightin kyllä. Se on ihan hauska. Tullut grindattua sitäkin. Kun levouttunut hahmoja. Tenshak, the way into the tunnel is clear. We have made sure of it. I wish you'd made sure to bring a coat instead. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of... Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of Dothal. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We'll see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day? As if any woman of birth would wish to be warmed by your little son. Should we find such warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for next fairs, I have plenty to spare. As for extra fairs, ain't me can next. As do we. Ja, kiva, että pois lämpöisistä vaatteista. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy. Quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force. Then we sneak into the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, Tempered included, are injured, quick sail will tend to them. You science must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we are underground, so we'll need to make your own ways to the Enceladium. See you there. Monsteri siinä ilmeisesti. Tän olisi kyllä mikään monsteri, oliko se robotti. Täältä joo. Hail, it's good to see you, Tenshak. We heard that you collapsed, but we were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you have recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we have secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. A comrade from latest years will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. Fate that the destination is at the station. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. Meidät pitäisikö vaihteeksi vetää jonain muuna kuin dancerinä, mutta aina tekisi mieli pelata jonain muuna, mutta sitten kun mä pelaan jonain muuna, mä oon silleen, että mitä skillejä mä käytän. Mä pidän dancerinä. Paras jupi. Okei, ei paras, mutta helpoin. Ihan sama. Muuten tunnistan tän dunkku. Tässäkö se anime mukaan tulee? This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Teleforest leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Teleforest reign of terror. Mä aloin mutta miettimään, että jos mä oon vetänyt sitä animaa monta kertaa, niin se tarkoittaa sitä, että se tulee dunkusta. Materiaalilta grindannut. Mutta joo. Mutta tuleeko se tämän loppuun, niin ehkä. And I for one would not see the Galian people manipulated any longer, be it by primal Asian or anything else. Here, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Galmald, and that's what we are going to do together. Pystyn hillitsemään itseni. En sano sitä enää. Vanha vitsi. Huono ja vanha vitsi. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Minä ja mun hahmon nyökkäys. Tower of Babel. Ja vedään pelaajien kanssa. Jaa, nyt mä voisin käydä taas uudessaan tupakilla, vaikka ei se nyt kauan ole, mutta ihan sama. Come on. Täällä on ukkua. Loppuista puheen ollen mä voisin kyllä pitää tämän jälkeen tauon. Onneksi uusi depsi tulee saman tien takaisin tilalle. Muistatko mä tästä dunkusta mitään muuta kuin sen viimeisen bossin? Josta sen on se anima ylipäätään.
Now or never.
Onks tää se luukku? On taas se. Technical steppiä. Nurkan takana. Technical steppiä. On joo. Barnabas. Tappaa ton. Joo. Ripperinos pepperonis. Ei siis kuollu siihen. Passakoirat. Magneetti. Räjähti isolla alueella. No, vedetään viimeisen 10% takia. tuntuu ihan sama. Se on aika helppo dunkku. Tässä on just näiden bossille 2 gruppia, mikä pystyy vetämään mut. Kunhan mietin vaan että tehdään tankkia. Tai oli tankkia. Grindata sitten vielä tulevaisuudessa. Dipsellä onneksi. Vetää sen tekniikallisesti pistä, kun tulee niin iso, mutta... No, tää on näin. Siinä. Melkein on tekniikan steppi valmiina. Tässä oli muuten hauska. Kannikat. Käy. Toki koko ton ajan voi olla sammakkona, mutta ei tarvi. Se helpottaa kyllä kun on, mutta ei välttämättä tarvi. Se meni nopeasti. Tääks porukka? Moi sisko. Onneksi on nopea hissi. Etkö otot enempää porukkaa? Rivi. Just sokeasti. Voisin kyllä, että se oli vähän vaikeampi. Tässä vähän kovempia vihollisia, mutta tässä sinne hyvin. Pullimaan ne kahdet porukat. Tosiaan siellä näkyy anima. Kyllä se tulee tosiaan tässä. Icon of Icons, anima. Aika siisti. Tuossa jotenkin jonnekin joo toisen suuntaan. Pois. Mennään katselemaan alapuolta. Animus Dimension. NPC:hän tekee niin tässä, että juoksee tuon toiselle puolelle ja sitten juoksee tästä läpi. Mä kyllä tehoks porukka. Oblivion tulee sille seuraavaksi. Mä muistin, olisiko tuossa ollut lisää noita mekaniikkoja. Vähän turhaa peli tuon kuurin pulssi, mutta olkoon. Imetän keskelle. Haluaisiko tehdä tuon limitbreakin? Onneksi saa ihan kohta loppu. Glory be. Sanon Depsille kommentaation, kun tankki lakkas pullimassa kunnolla tuossa lopussa.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Mieluiten olisi annottanut hiljasi, mutta se kerkesi lähteä.
Come. The other two await.
Jos se Depsikin olisi lähtenyt, kyllä mä sitten olisin sille tankille antanut.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Mitä sä teet?
Cryle? But how?
Olisiko ajatellut? Sehän se.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Windy pysyy vielä.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination.
Rude.
Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
No, meitä on useampi kuin yksi. I'm the one Zenos wants.
You're going alone?
I didn't say that.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Yo. If all of them are affected, Yulus and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Se käy tupakilla. Ja siellä veissassa. Joo, matkamme johtaa vihdoin viimeisen kuuhun, mitä ollaan nähty jo. Mistä hälliä asti ollaan nähty. Stormbladista. Ainakin. Esimerkiksi edelleenkin kyllä kysymys kuuluu, että miten me hengitetään siellä, mutta joo, jatketaan kohta. Ja jatketaan. My apologies. I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Van Daniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I can say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Hyland said, the flow of ether will transport you to Morella Lamentorum. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal up before Zenos and Van Daniel arrive. Before Zenos and Van Daniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are one step behind, but I have faith that you will make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, be in the sky. Mitä tulee jos puhun Kraille? No, ok. Matka kohti kuuta. Ei tarvinnut sietää Ilsapardia tämän pidempään.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an elder primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Island's champion. No, se on hyvä, että olla happea. Ja sama gravitaatio. Siinä on Heidelin. Ja siinä on Marella Mentoron. Ja täällä on erilainen. Täällä ylipäätään on iträitti. Ja no siis totta kai erilainen iträitti muualla. I return. I must return. Why? 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 Home. I want. I need. You mustn't touch. In Cerulean halls, find me. No, tän näköinen paikka. The Sea of Stars. Ei mitään muuta sillä alueella. Siellä tosiaan. Ei toki ole siis ihan täällä, vaan se on tästä niinku 3 aluetta sitten taaksepäin. Tai ylimmässä. Mut täältä sinne pääsee. Tätä pystyy kattoo. Se on jossakin voinut laittaa erikseen tonne, että sillä on First ja Source ja Q olisi voinut olla erikseen. Mikäs sen kuun nimi olikaan? Onko kuulla oma nimeä? Tuonnissa kuussa oli Dalamut, mutta... Names of the Moons. Ei kuukaudet, vaan kuu. Joku kysyy, what is the larger moon's name? I know the lesser moon is named Dalamut, right? I guess perhaps I missed something during my story quest or side quests, but I haven't heard or read much, if anything, about the bigger moon orbiting us. I'd really like to know more about the astrology of Eosia, if any actually exists. Josta on laitettu. Miltä vuodella tää on? Tää 2014. 10 vuotta vanha tää threadi. Eli ajalta, kun tätä ei oo. Tänne ei olla vielä päästy. Joku vastaa, well, there was a big thread on the old 1.0 forum that discussed, amongst other things, this very idea. On the general consensus is that the primary moon's name is... En sano tuota, mutta äänen. Se on kyllä 1.0 asti ollut jo, mutta eikä tätä paikkaa ole vielä, mutta mä oon aika varma että mä en saanut tuota itse ääni. No, ei tälle nyt siis varsinaisesti ole sen kummempaa nimeä Loreissa. Mutta tuo mitä tuossa mainittiin, niin muistaakseni ainakin joku maininta tulee tässä vielä vastaan, että eiku oliko se yksi niistä jumalista? Ainakin tuttu se oli kyllä. Pieni hetki vielä. Katsotaan. Hetkonen. Joo, okei. Kyllä. Siis okei. Siis ne mainitsi siis että sen kuun nimi olisi mahdollisesti Menfina. Se on yksi 12 jumalasta. Tässä mainitaan Wikissä, että tää on she's the keeper of the once twin and now lone moons. And the goddess of love. Alright. Sen takia se oli tunnollinen nimi. Eli tällä siis ei varsinaisesti ole mitään nimeä, ainakaan tiedetä. Joku teoria siitä olisi, että tätä kutsuttaisiin Menfinaksi, mutta ei ole. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. And that the Watcher. Valkoiset vaatteet. Tosi kuin mussut niinku niillä muilla asianeilla. Apologies, I've been preoccupied for quite some time and I'm out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. Hydaelyn teki tämän kuun. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiac himself, projection of the moon's core. Eli tosiaan Zodiarkki on koko tämän ajan ollut täällä vankina. Puhutaan, että se ei varsinaisesti ole elävä. Mä luulen, että se on tosiaan niinku ollut poissa. Siis niinku, no, että Hydaelyn voitti sen, tuhosi sen. Ilmeisesti Hydaelyn vaan vangitsi sen. Tai ehkä se tuhosi sen ja vangitsi sen sielun. No tästä mainitsi siis, though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. Rent asunder. Tää varsinaisesti ottaen tarkoittaa, en tiedä, mutta mitä voisin tosta päätellä, niin kyllä Hayden voitti sen tuhossen. Jokaisella rejoiningilla. No itse asiassa makes sense. Eli ei pelkästään vaan että ne asiat halua luoda maailmaa takaisin semmoiseksi kuin se oli, vaan sille myös ilmeisestikin ne sais Zodiarkin takaisin. Alright. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiac, not until he is whole once more. Mä olen muuten just miettimään, että kun toi Watcheri ilmeisesti jotenkin pitää tai tehostaa sitten vankilaa. Että se on Zodiarkia vastaan, että yleensä noin asiat on ollut Zodiarkin puolella, mutta osa niistä asianaistahan kutsu Hayden, niin mä tässä olen miettinyt, että onko noin mustakaapusit asianit semmosia, jotka on Zodiarkin puolella, ja nämä valkokaapusit sitten, jotka on Haydenin puolella. Miinus tietenkin nämä, jotka on niin elävien kirjoissa, tai siis posessoi noita. Esimerkiksi Elidibushan pukeutui valkoisia, eikä se ei tietenkään ollut Haydenin puolella. Mut maybe. No attempt would be made to free Zodiac, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan's swords driven deep, the brands to bind Zodiac forevermore. Five were destroyed by his would-be liberator. One of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Soul sacrifice to summon Zodiac, the manifestation consequence of the waiting seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. If keeping Zodiac imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive a thousand answers. I offer none. Lyhyen tekstin takia. I'm the watcher and the jail. I am not the judge. Notice, Hadron commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiac remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with this. Helvetin kissa kun raavit tätä tuoli. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. No, nyt ollaan päässyt tänne kuuhun ja... Eikö me antaa kissalle ruokaa ja... Meidän pitäisi jonkinlaisen tauon. Täällä on Umbral Wind. Mut joo, se pieni väsymys, mikä mulla oli aikaisemmin, on mennyt ohi. Tai pahin siitä on mennyt ohi, mutta... Jos pitäisin valehdellakseni vartin tauon. Varmaan kyllä taas vähintään puoli tuntia. Varmaan tunti. Jos on 2, niin 3. Jatketaan kohta. Jatketaan. Mä en ollut tällä kertaa kauan poissa. Ehkä 45 minuuttia. Oisitte kyllä tehnyt mieli jatkaa. Pitää lepotaukoa pidempään, mutta sitten ehkä mä en pidä pidempään. En edes nukkunut. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with passage of centuries. And make haste. Though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Where? When? How long? Sehän oli helppo. Onks toi on? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow with our will, our creations. Vähän kyllä tekis mieli mennä takaisin. We were the star's beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? En ollut syntynyt vielä. Mielenkiintoinen paikka kyllä, siis ei siinä mitään, mutta... As the whispers die, the fun spirit fades. No shadows of time long lost remain around the drowning brand. Third floor. Okei, ehkä ei ole ihan samannäköinen. Doge. unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Follow the lustrous dog and try not to fall behind. Tähän tapahtuu, mutta jos mä jään jälkeen. Se on lustrous dog, illustrious. Miten kauan tässä pitää vielä juosta? Ollaanko me perille? Are we there yet? Se oli mielenkiintoinen linkki. The dog silently regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. We and the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, warned for naught. So why did it have to end? The final days taught us to fear death forced upon us. The injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected partings. Sweet as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. Much wow. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing brand. The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow and try not to fall. Try not to fall behind. Katsotaan mitä tapahtuu, jos me jään. Okei, kyllä se jäädut. Ei tule mitään. Quest failed. Regolith. Joku Pokemon oli myös joku. Just joku Regilistä jotain. Hetkone. No, antaa Google pyöriä taustalla. On muuten siellä kaktuaareja täällä. Lunatender. No. Tietokone kaatuu. The dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. No ei varmasti kyllä löydy. Relicants, mutta se oli joku Leith. Gigalith. Olisiko ollut Gigalith? Energiajuoma juotu. Our perfection came crumbling down. Tuon näköinen olento. Eikö se vähän saman näköinen? Ihan eri värinen kyllä, mutta... Our perfection came crumbling down. Such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior, to forge our world anew. To live and love again. Become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life. Birth paradise where fear is distant memory. Kysymys niminen sanoo, että pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Onks tää vanha tuttumme Hythlodeus, mikä se olikaan? Mahdollisesti. Hythlodeus. Familiar spirit. Eiköhän se ole se. That unmistakable color. The soul of Azem. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So image select meant for you to have it. Christ, why might that be? We meet again, Hythlodeos. Tai Hythlodeos. Again, I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Niin no. Nämä ovat kaikki muistoja ilmeisesti. Tämä on muisto vielä aikaisemmalta. Steve, mun ystävä ei muista mua. Niin no, sehän ensimmäinen oli että Emmet Selkki teki vaan niinku jonkinlaisen illuusion näistä. Tämä on ilmeisesti ihan oikea Hythlodeos. Tai no, mitä sitten nyt on jäljellä? Se spiriitti, oikea spiriitti. Emmet shall create a shade in my likeness, and not only me, but all of Amarut. Ho ho ho. How very like him. Ho ho ho. A slave to sentiment even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrifice to Zodiac. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. Plans and plots for our resurrection, Harlin's intervention, and Zodiac's, the stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. Tunnistaisikohan tästä noita paikkoja, missä me ollaan käyty, mutta ei ehkä. Ei ainakaan näissä selkeästi, että niinku, no tää voisi ehkä olla Eorsea ja tossa välissä sitten Gaalemal ja sitten no itse asiassa joo. Ja Tavaneri olisi tuolla. Faisti on jossain tuolla. Horisontin takana ja sitten täällä on lisää maata, mitä ei ole nähty. Tää aika pitkälle menee niinku meidän maapallon mukaan, että siellä on vielä kaukana lännessä sitten vielä lisää maata. Mut sinänsä tää niinku Eorsea on Eurooppaa ja Garlemalli on Venäjä ja sit siellä on Intia ja Far East on tietenkin sitä, no meidän maailman on Far East, Kauko-Itä, eli Japania ja kaikkea tämmöstä, ja sitten tämä voisi olla Australia. Se toki ihan niin menee, että Venäjä menisi enemmänkin silleen niin tuolla yläpuolella tai pohjoisemmassa. Itse asiassa enemmänkin, että niinku Intia olisi tyylin tossa. Mut no. Ehkä joskus tulevaisuudessa uusissa expansionissa pääsen käymään tuolla. Ja ehkä jopa Amerikassa. Olettaen siis että tämä menee niinku meidän maapallomme, että siellä on Amerikka jossain, mutta nämä ainakin joku Australia siellä näyttää oleva. Tosi Australia kyllä olisi enemmän, kyllä vielä enemmän tuolla idässä päin kai, mutta ihan sama. Itse tässä puuttuu Afrikka. No, jatketaan. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiac or the future of the star. Nevertheless, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, as Metzelder did. Believe in yourself and all will be well. More new arrivals, though. Van Daniel. That color I know. And another I do not. And another I do not. An unfamiliar but fearsome being. Hänen nimensä on Zenos. I have kept you from your duty, but way of apology. I will answer that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Farewell, my new old friend. Ei reagoi mitenkään. The dog growls, agitated. Cry havoc and let sleep the dog of war. That's you, by the way. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on. Lentävä koira. Istun siinä sille jalat samalla puolella. Ehkä olisi joku pitkä hame tai jotain. Jokaisella samanlainen lentoasento silloin kun mä olin mies. Kuulostaa jotenkin ihan väärältä. Silloin kun mä pelasin sillä Midlanderinä.
in the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus, a creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful, more so with every passing moment.
Ja, se me kai tästä.
Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement.
It's cool.
Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
Fine.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Well, that was brief. We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of natural order. Tuttuja maskeja. We are the martyr, the restorer of new beginnings. We are...
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. Tämä, eikö tää Emetselläkin maski? Siellä on monta kuin markas. We are the will of the star, now and forever. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No, we beg of you. That star must endure.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command.
Siinä on Zodiarkki. Tosin jollain tavalla Danielina. Tai Daniel Zodiarkkina.
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
The Dark Inside. Kyllä, se on Zodiark. Zodiark Triali. Mä muistan, olenko mä kuullut tästä tai nähnyt jossain trailerista tai jotain, että oliko tässä puhuttu. Oliko jotain olettamuksia, en muista. Mä muistan, kun mä aikalla kerralla menin tän, että yllättävän aikaisin tulee tää Zodiark. Et jos Zodiark nyt tuleekin jossain vaiheessa bossina, niin se olisi yli niinku viimeinen bossi, mutta ei ole kyllä viimeinen. Tää on level 83 quest, että tässä mennään 90 asti. Mutta mietin, että pitäisikö mun mennä takaisin, mutta ehkä mä en mene. En mä saa unta, jos tiedän, että siellä on Zodiarkki odottamassa mun. Tosi kysymys kuuluu, että muistatko mä mekaanikit? Inne. Mutta mä menen käymään vessassa ja tupaikalle ja sitten jatketaan videoiden katsomista. Alright. Let's go. Sibelius Lock. Eternal Darkness Zodiac.
establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will. The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Okei. Tässä jotain semmoisella vielä 4. Suora vai miten meni? 4. Okei, no sille alueelle, sille puolelle. Toinen lähelle ja toinen kauas.
Malice! Become flesh!
Okei, ei ollut lähelläkään. Käärmeitä.
Will you live to see the end?
Kilpeen päällä. Ai mene huonosti. Ei ole totta. Sit palatin. Tankit ja hiilet tulossa. Kilvet sitten päälle kun menee huonosti.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
At
last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned.
Okei, nää pyörii.
All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece.
Tekee tuolla. Katsotaan äsken.
How I've waited for this day.
Kuolla paikka, en. Molemmat healerit meni. Fuck. Kyllä nyt on vara.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Okei, mä oon just sopivasti. saattaa olla Ripperins.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall
tämä
tears
näin.
of flame.
Fuck.
All shall burn.
Ai, okei.
Will you live to see the end? The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Se kolme on tuovari, niin joo, okei, huumavärissä. Piti vielä valmistaa. Joo, tuo tähtisade on vaikea.
Malice
Kyllä on väärin.
flesh.
Jotenkin tulee silleen niin suoraan, että on niin pitkä aika, kun ekaan kerran pelaa tätä, että miten toi pitää lukea. Niin toi Fleketon, eikö se oo se Crystal Towerin se yksi bossi, joka edustaa Final Fantasy 3 Titania. Katsotteko ihan tuolla en muista. Oliko se Fleketon vai Texton vai Fleketon vai mikä?
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine. At last, I am become Zodiac.
Äskeistä tosiaan katsoin väärissä sähtiin tuon.
The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece. wait for this day.
Tähän kohtaan.
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
Tässä on turvallista. Se on edelleen turvallista. Tää liikkuu.
Will you live to see the end?
Ai, mä oon hiljaa ihan sekaisin. Se Reaperi lähtenyt danspartneri.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were my plaything.
Hiileri lähti. Päivä tankki ja tepsit lähti. Ota se tännekin tarvittu. Hiilereitä, jotka tietäis nää mekaniikat. Sieltä noista. Otetaan kaikki tepsit kauan perille. No, jos nyt ois osaavaa porukkaa, kun ne tuli semmoinen porukka, joka tulee tälleen, että ne voi tulla tämmönen keskeeräisiin. Yleensä osaa vähän paremmin. Se menee silleen päinvastaan. Se voi myös nimeltä. Siinä oli joku semmonen, miten se pitäisi kannattaisi ajatella, miten mä sen sitten loppujen lopuksi.
Will you live to see the end?
Ei kun heijastaa sen. Se siinä taisi olla. Tulee vaikeampia kuvioita. Tästä on tuolla 4.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete! My mine! All mine!
Just kerkeä menemään toi loppuun. Äkstiä vielä.
At last, I am become Zoya.
Joo, tiedetään.
The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will. My life's work, my masterpiece.
Ihan hirveästi aikaa kyllä näissä tuut.
How I've waited for this day.
Vähän hukkanoo. Ei mene vielä. Miten tää kääntyy?
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Nyt taas katsotaan.
From broken skies fall tears of flame.
Se liikkuu heti tonne seuraavaan ja takaisin. Tää on vaikeampi.
Will you live to see the end?
Kato kaikki selvisi. Uudet mekaanikot, ehkäpä.
Bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Eikö tässä tarvitse tankki alveita? Ei kai. En kyllä tarvitse vai. Ei muuta.
I have no need for restraint.
Kolmia. Toinen kolmia. Neljä.
Bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Okay, easy.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Zodiarkin kortti. Ei oo muuten vielä. Right. Kaikki lähti. Sain yhden kommentaatio. Semmonen oli Zodiarkin tarina. No vielä se on lossa. Kaikki lähti, mä oon yksin täällä nyt sitten. Kaverit, se ei kuollut vielä. Well done, my preparations are complete and I stand ready to seal the story arc once more. Withdraw now from this place, the teleporter will deliver you to safety. Jos mun puhe kuuluu alta. Sitten saa selvää.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
Pardon?
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. It would have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
Did I do bad?
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Zande. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Sori, mä en kuunnellut. Voiko sä toistaa? Sori, sen ossa mä vein sun tapo.
At last.
Deep breaths, slow and steady. Voisi käyttää paikan nyt kun kerke. Ja jatketaan. Tuon mä luin. I have a bad feeling about this. You saw it too, yes? The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion, all was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short.
I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Bye.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
Hey, I'm here.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
No en varmaan sanottu tois. Hope will win the day. Sanotaan jotain tuommoista laimeita.
We shall see.
I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. A zodiac and the end of all things. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surroundings is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Hydaelyn have grown infrequent, I've learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let's join them. Tervetuloa kuuhun. Olet muuten just Zodiac. Thank goodness you are unharmed. No, en mä tossa kuollut kuin muutaman kerran jouduttu vetää uudestaan, mutta ei ollut tällä kertaa mun vika. Mä vedin se lähes täydellisesti. Yhden kerran otin naamani semmosen, kun mä katson tähtikuviot väärin. We did what we could do to subdue this temper before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Crile has also been delivered under their care, Serving as a conduit for Idlen's power hath taken its soul, but she will recover in due course. As for Alfino and Elise, they insisted on remaining in Kalmald, while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Haden bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amarot. Really? Tommonen määrä tekstiä, se ei sano mitään, mutta ei. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Haden, together with this place. It has never been my duty to keep vigil of the Zodiac, or rather, it has ever been my duty to keep vigil of the Zodiac, or rather, it was my duty. Uusi animaatio. Tai ainakaan en nähnyt tommoista. Ei se nyt välttämättä uusi ole, mutta... Then Zodiac is no more. For now, the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May I peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? Millä logiikalla sä oot aloittanut kronologisen järjestyksen ylhäältä? I shall leave that to you, Tenshek, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. Siis sä oot silleen, että hei, mä haluan saada tietoa tästä ja mä haluan lukea tästä asiasta jotain. Ja sit se on silleen, että hei, Tenshek, mene sinä lukemaan, niin minä tein jotain ihan vittu muuta. Melkein sama kuin tuli, että joku kysyy, että haluatko sä leipää? No, joo, toki. No, mene teet leipää itsellesi. Thanks. Jaa, niin, okei. Tosin mut pistettiin lukemaan niinku tässä kronologisessa järjestyksessä. Jos halus itse tietää asioista. Sit sä luet täältä alhaalta. I didn't ask for this. Mut siis okei. Ei se oo ihan jotain muuta. Kaikki tieto on näissä kristallissa. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary, no abnormalities detected. 3 kertaa. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Skipataan muutama tuhat vuotta. No joo, muutama tuhat vuotta mahdollisesti. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your mind. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. Mennään lukemaan lähihistoriaa. Se on tossa. Okei, ehkä ihan vielä. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. Niin kuin jos se karkaisi. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Lobrits, though it is not clear who or what they are. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of an unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidipus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing the Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. Mutta jossain vaiheessa kysyin siltä, mikä se olikaan? ChatGPT:ltä, jos se tietää mitään minkä takia ne ei vaan summona sitä Zodiacia. Mä en halua spoilata mitään itselleni, niin joten nyt mä voin lukea. Luen vaan sen verran, että me ollaan ainoastaan estetty sitä etenemässä, kun ne on summonannut niitä primaleita. Tässä on tosiaan Heidelin Seal. Pitäisikö mun lukea tää kaikki? No okei. As the original world was sundered into 14 different shards, one being the source where the game's main events take place, and the others being reflections, Heidelin, the opposing deity, sealed the Zodiac away to prevent his influence from spreading. This seal prevents the Asians from directly summoning Zodiac back into the world. Eli se, noi kahlet, mitkä sillä täällä kuussa oli. No, tämän mä luin silloin. En maininnut sitä sen enempää, mutta Resistance from the Science of Seventh Dawn. No, eikä tässä tule mitään spoileria enää tässä kohtaa. The player character, the Warrior of Light, along with the Science of Seventh Dawn and other allies, continuously thwart the Asians' plans. Their efforts prevent the Asians from achieving a necessary condition to weaken Heidelin's seal and complete the rejoining. Sitten tässä on tuosta mainita rejoining-prosessista. Mä luen tämän nopeasti itekseni. Joo, tää olisi aikaisemmin ollut. Tässä kohtaa on tullut tämä jo selville. Eli the rejoining process. The Asians' plan to bring Zodiac back involves rejoining the shards of the sundered world. This process requires the occurrence of large-scale calamities that weaken the boundaries between the source and the reflections. Each calamity results in the merging of one of the reflections with the source. The Asians have successfully caused several rejoinings, but have not completed the process, as several shards still remain separate. Tästä vielä viimeinen vaihe. Siis mulla on itse nää järjestys oli, että 1, 3, sitten 2, 4. Voin vielä tämän nopeasti, ettei vahingossakaan tule mitään spoilereita. Siis luen tää itekseni. No joo, no okay. The balance of light and darkness, the struggle between light, represented by Hydaelyn, and darkness, represented by a Zodiac, is central to Final Fantasy XIV's narrative. The Asians' actions aim to tilt the balance in favor of darkness, but the intervention of the Warrior of Light and allies maintains equilibrium, preventing the Asians from summoning Zodiac. In summary, the Asians are unable to summon the god Zodiac due to Hydaelyn's protective seal, the incomplete rejoining process, and the persistent resistance from the Giants and the Warrior of Light. These elements create a complex and ongoing struggle between light and darkness in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Joo. Jatketaan. Did you learn anything of import? Not really. So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. No, onhan se teknisesti ottaa vahvempi kuin Zodiac, tai ei vaan teknisesti ottaa, vaan sehän voitti Zodiacin, ja Zodiacikin olisi niinku vahva jumala, että done. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve. Nyt tässä ei mitään järkeä. Välillä tulee hirveänä tekstiä, että se sanoo mitään, mutta sitten tulee lyhyt pätkä tekstiä, että se sanoo moi. Bla 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 bla.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Mitä kautta me muuten nyt katsotaan, koska tää on kierrähtynyt jonkin verran ympäri, että tossa siinä ei kyllä mitään järkeä. Eiku ei. Kyllä maapallo pyörii kertaa kuukaudessa, mutta maapallo kertaa. Tässä on varmaan kulunut tunteja. Mitähän kohta me nyt tässä katsotaan. Voisiko tuolla olla Eorsia? Jos me katsotaan sitä Amerikkaa nyt sitten, mitä mä teorisoin, että semmonen olisi täällä. Ehkäpä. Interesting. Odotan innolla expansionita, missä päästään tutustumaan Australiaan ja Amerikkaan. Tai Hallin Amerikan ja Australian. Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Etheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to those of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict when next the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Olisiko se livestream? Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Eikö se olekaan livestream? The invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air. The celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in the regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause ultimately, nevertheless, on close study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence, until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days. He would need to remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Jep, huppista. Aiheutti maailmanlopun. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so, rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was without question the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Etheris' population, ainakä päästä menikin. Mitä Highlandista voit? Thus was it necessary for Highland to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed to confine him. Okei, eli sä et ollutkaan se tarpeeksi vahva. Okei. Tai siis se ei ollut. Ei sä. When then that brand attacked her greatly, with what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Etheris and her history. Like Zodiac, Highland's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wished to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. It is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not? It sure is.
Yes, but what is it?
better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiac and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. En tosiaan ottanut sitä itse pois. This moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Ethers to safe harbor. Maailman isoin avaruusalus. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my fun duty as watcher in the dark. Voisin käydä taas pakilla. Ei varmaan kyllä jatku, sitä ei jatku. Jatketaan kohta. Joo, jatketaan vielä hetki ainakin. Keli on moon dust. No, makes sense. The time is come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argus, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. Pääsen kyllä itekin. As Hyland created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argus, the god. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Maybe the imbalancing of either has affected him. Let us make for the crashing brand and attempt to call upon him there. Miksi se olisi voinut vaan tulla tähän näin suoraan? Haluaisin tässä suoraan lentää tonne. Mikä paikka ton sitten onkaan. You need but recall the path you walked with Argus before, and you will find your way. Ei tarvitse muistaa. If he labors in service to Hyland's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand then? No, sen täpäsen sinne suoraan. Tarvitse mitään. Menee tonne, ja sitten tonne, ja sitten tonne, ja sitten tonne. Tuolla näkyy toi silta, ja tosta näkyy, kun pääsee tosta jotenkin, tai tuolta jotenkin tonne. Tosta ei pääse. The place we seek is just ahead of the ahead at the Golofosgrot. You see, Argus cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Leave me alone, I'm busy. Yes, here will do nicely. Talon was sprung with raw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argus to manifest. But might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the sprung along? Argus manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. Anse on pitkä. A most fascinating creation of idleness, would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you, it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argus was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I can't recall when last he showed you such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than the sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. Posso koira, mutta iso. Herkes. As for your companions, miksi toi asialla pitää olla tuommoinen äännäyttely, missä ei ole mitään iloa, mutta sitten näitä ei ole äännäytelty. Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Onks mulla mun tuota mounttia? Onhan mulla. Mistä on saanut. Varmaan tästä questista tai jostain täältä. Questerivardina. Your destination is the structure that across the cradle of darkness. But climb onto Argus' back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designated to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. It is their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. Will ever be watching and praying for your success. Tosiaan se puhuu, että kun reflection ääni. Tää mun mountti olisi ollut se reflectioni. Assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first while Thancred and Urianger wait here. Ihan turhaa. Onward. Malefic ether yet permeates from the great remnants of Zodiac, most like. even further. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amar routine. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside and... oh. Most intriguing, a means by which he conserveth energy map. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. Thank you, Agus. We'll take things from here. If Agus is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Tämmönen paikka.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Ei ole ihan hirveän iso spoileri, kun sanot, että nämä on siis loboritteja. Ja tosiaan, tää perustuu siihen, että Japanissa toi kuu on toisinpäin kuin mitä täällä Suomessa esimerkiksi on. Niin se ei näytä naamalta siellä päin, vaan se on enemmänkin niin kuin jäniksen näköinen. Siihen perustuu, että täällä on jäniksiä kuussa. Esimerkiksi Magic the Gatheringissa on semmonen rotu kuin Moonfolk, niin on jonkinlaisia jäniksiä.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
There must be the laboratories mentioned in the Watcher's records. Niitäpä niitä. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave the rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. Whee! The leader of the crew, not me, I'm afraid. Singing Ways the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Ethers, and that's a promise. Singing Way. Lem. Leader? No. Sleeping Way. My job is... Perhaps I'd better ask. Se nimi on Sleeping Way. Toi on Weeping Way. Huomaatteko? Jo siellä on Guiding Way. Joku huomaatte teeman näissä nimissä. Camping Way. Kyllä nämä on kaikki jotain wayta. Joku way. Olisiko tää leading way? En tosiaan muista. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Tai siis, no oletan, että tämä Snappy-loboritti on niiden johtaja. Were you the one giving orders earlier? Me? Oh, yes, of course. Kyllä tämä se oli. As the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls to me to take charge of the others. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? Well, not quite. Everyone that's here. A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. Miten olisi että sanottaisiin, että me ei ole lapsia. Että asianeita ei ole enää. Ihmiset eivät kasva yhtä pitkiksi. If you could run along back toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center. If you should find yourself lost, I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. tosiaan pystyisin lentää sinne helposti, mutta nopein tiehän saattaa mahdollisesti olla. Missä se sanookaan, että... Ei, tästä ei vielä pääse. Okei. Eli pitäis mennä rappusia pitkin. Minä pystyn lentämään.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world.
Okay, Livingway.
More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? But you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
It's a long story.
Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
Everyone's not like the Watcher. Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Kyllä mulle kelpasi 3 kertaa isompi sänky.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Right then. Now that you are here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all the terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post haste. And address it we shall, here at Bestways Bureau. Bestways. We have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. So you have all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Etheris rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Istalla, Etheristä ei ole olemassa enää. Se on Source. Onko tää meidän ulottuvuus Source ja meidän planeetta Heidelin? Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Loporis and this vessel. Toiselle puolelle. Saisi molemmilla puolella kyllä olla Hydraitit. Anteeksi, Hydraitit. Niin, jotenkin tulee sanottua Hydraitti. Siinä olisi niinku oikein hyvä kandidaatti sille. Miksi ei pysty käyttämään? Tai tulla. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Olisiko se Cooking Way? Kyllä se on Cooking Way. Cooking Way, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutritions for a healthy and balanced diet from reference materials we received. Why, I have practically learned the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we have also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full of bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. No, hypi tänne. Niin kun ne sai lentää. Storage crate. You open the storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. The ominous crimson carrot. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Kyllä syödään se. Mä muistan, että mä menin tuolla Crimson Garagella viimeksikin. On second thought, you would like to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, you would be prudent to ask a cooking way whether it is safe to eat first. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Tästä sanotaan, even Vera liked to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot that or be offended by all those who assume that they would. Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is hardly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Iron carrot, you suddenly find yourself full of women vigor. Ei oo muuttunut nopeutta tai mitään. Okei. Crimson carrot on iron carrot. What did you think? Unlike anything you have ever tasted, yes, the iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it the perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. Kumpa muistasin tai tietäisin, tai muistasin mikä mä otin ekalla kertaa, siis muistan, että mä otin Crimson porkkana silloinkin, mutta muistasinpä, että mitä se sanoo siitä. Ja sit jos nyt tosiaan ottanut niin toisen, niin tietäisinpä pitäisi, onko se sama teksti uudestaan vai olisiko se eri teksti. Onko ne kaikki vaan iron carrotteja? Mihin mä jäin? Haluin tajua. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. But what if I don't like carrots? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Or not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. I think you do have a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and naught else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on XIV? So you are aware that we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for the encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources and to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was the efficiency. And what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? But a strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named on the old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language, adverbs, gerunds, and the present continuous verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? Very much so. No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Mun mielestä se on auttavainen. Mikä siinä mukaan ei olisi auttavaa. Wherefore this thy kind deems such a change necessary. When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You would never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should desire to preserve flora and fauna from theirs as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. Olisi mennä käydä tupakilla. Joo, tosiaan. Kerran käy sillä Ambrowin taas kerran. Tää peli vihdoin ja viimein heittää tosiaan mielenkiintoiseksi. Nyt ei millään malttaisi lopettaa. Tosin nyt ei välttämättä ole enää semmoisia mielenkiintoisia vaiheita, kuten Zodiac, valtavassa maailmaa vaiheita. Nyt on silleen niin kuin hauskaa vaiheita. Toki me ollaan 6, tää nyt itsessään sinänsä ihan mielenkiintoista, mutta en tiedä. Jotenkin ei meinas malttaa lopettaa, mutta kyllä vähän alkaa väsyttää. Sitä yksi questin vielä ehkä loppuun. Tää aloittaa ainakin. Mutta ihan kohta lopettelen. I think we have had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress this way. Kohan ei ole porkkanakuvioisia. Mä en tiedä mitä ne on, mutta tää oli ehkä mun alkuperäinen ajatus siitä, että jos en tietäisi. Here we are, the apparel production station. We have chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Helen, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you are dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra piece we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, this sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we have read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession, for the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. It's you. It's you. AI, it's you. One of the visitors from Etheris. Goodness me, mapping way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right. You are here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Tota noin. Millähän mä mahdoin mennä alunperin? Varmaan fashionable and refined in ensemble. Tää kuulostaa mielenkiintoiselta. An outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Embodies your what? Bloodlust! This will only take a moment. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I would be lying if I said I understand. I would be lying if I said I understand what bloodlust is, but I assume this is something you enjoy. I made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure whatever it is you plan to do while wearing them. Would you look at that, speechless? And there I thought you might not like it. Mä kyllä yhtään muistuttaa, että yhtään erilainen. Ymmärrän kyllä että mitä tässä haetaan takaa tällä vaatetuksella nyt, mutta mä muistelin, että jos mä olisin ottanut sen fashionable, niin olisiko se tosiaan ollut värikäs? Se oli tosiaan erilainen vai oliko se sitten tämä sama? No, if you have mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map for the garment change area of effect. Speak with the restless to restore or prolong the garment change. Värikkuiden vaihdos. No, you said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Oh, of course, it would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? Olisiko mä mennyt tällaista? Tää kuulostaa jotenkin siltä, että kuulostaa tutummalta. I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Jos mä ihan varmuus, niin siinä on ollut keltaista aika vahvasti. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. on tääkin partikuvia. Some of my best work yet. You are a strange one, aren't you? I just wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, however, and am never one to disappoint. That ensemble is a blend of concepts from myriad professions, all-purpose attire for the modern woman of Etheris. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Once you go and show Living Way, I'm sure he's eager to see what we have come up with. Saatko mä se alkuperäisen äskeisen? Tykkäsin sitä paljon enemmän. People of Etheris are sure to love that concept. Ei sit. Liikaa flaria. Jota en edes pyytänyt tällä kertaa. Why don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and feel operates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations. Se on muista, että Stankredilla olisi ollut täällä gepartikuvia, mutta... no Stankredilla on tommonen gepartikuvia. Eri värisen vaan. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Really, this an ensemble most becoming. I think it's past time we return to these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher told us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Etheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience, rather than make assumptions for the whole. You must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we have underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we are doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you're better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know that they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the souls as well. Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidel's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people on the star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. Sä tiedät siis. Mutta eikö Etheressä ollut siis nimenomaan, että se oli kaikki yhdessä ja niinku, siis kun Etherestä hajosi, niin jäljelle jäi vaan Sorsa ja 13 shardia. Saamme tänne Google sanoa. Varsinkin mä ihan väärin. Jaa, niin Aetheris on sen tähden nimi. It consists of one source world that was split into 13 additional parallel reflections, named the first to 13th. The source is where the majority of Final Fantasy XIV takes place. While the first is the setting of the Shadowbringers expansion. Tai siis Aetheris is the world or star in which Final Fantasy XIV and its expansions take place. Siis Aetheris on siis tää kokonaan niinku siis multiversumi siis enemmänkin, että siihen kuuluu siis nämä kaikki shardit. Ja siellä pelkästään vaan siis se ihan tähti taivaalla, Sorsen tähti, ja sitten niillä muilla on eri tähdet. Tai jos niillä on sama tähti, niin sitten sehän kuuluu samaan tähtisysteemiin. En minä tiedä. Mut siis Aetheris on siis tosin, nää puhuu tosta Aetheriksestä, että se on se planeetta, että en minä tiedä. Ihan sama. I suppose you are right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore best ways burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you are more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can save them? No, jos maailmanloppu tulee ja ihmiset ei halua pelastautua siitä, niin kuulkoon pois. It's clear we have made a mess of things. Oh, but wait. You still haven't visited the domiciles. domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Täällä on mulla. Ei kun niin, kyllähän mä näin sen, joo. Huomasin, silloin se oli Mare Lamentum. Vai mikä olikaan se? Se 4. se mun favorites. Ei välttämättä niin kauhean tärkeä. Se saattaa olla ensimmäinen, mikä mä vaihan, sit kun mä pääsen Dawn Trailiin. You are here. You really are here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Genshin, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Tenshik, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you are ready.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really, but the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
Joo, me puhuttiin niistä ruuassa.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Urjangeri pistää taas juolittelemaan meidän selän takana. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleport to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. Veli ylimyy asiaa, mitä ei pysty näkemään. Ovesella. Luo semmoista hirveetä haipea, että nää on niinku paras juttu ikinä. Ja mikään ei pysty ikinä ylittämään ihmisten odotuksia. Joten me ei tule ikinä näkemään niitä living quartersseja. You can now travel between the upper and lower floors of this space bureau via the teleporter. Jepa jee. Niin, mulla on tosiaan Zodiarkin kortti. Storge-kortti on tuolla vieläkin. Kello 1. Videosta on tullut nyt 9 tuntinen ja striimikin melkein 13 tuntinen. Oho. No, ehkä tähän on ihan hyvä kohta ja lopetella, että jos mä huomenna aamuna jaksasin aloittaa vähän aikaisemmin. Joo, kiitos paikalla olijoille, kiitos Kiitulle, kiitos katsomisesta. Jatketaan seuraavalla kerralla.